God damn. I am giga exhausted today. Holy shit. I don't even know why. Either way, we'll pour some coffee and see what we can manage. Oh my god. Ooh. My shirt. So today we're just gonna continue working on the code. I have written need to add vision granting objects in order to filter out unnecessary calls to check environment. Clearing out all partition belongings and then re-adding them. Remove the large chunks of automation for room allocation. Remove height map. Yeah, the height map needs to be completely removed. Oh my. It's been a while since I had coffee. It's so much better. Oh, that's good coffee. I do already have vision granting objects. But I haven't added, like, anything to the code for that. And here we're doing buffers and shit. We're updating the shadow buffer. I think this should basically be removed from here. And we put it... This is check environment, right? And... check structures, check behind. So, what do we need to do? We need to set the vision granting thing as a variable. Which it is not set anywhere. And then we go to initialize. I find it quite interesting how if I try to search initialize, it'll find like an initialize that's below the current initialize that I'm looking at. It's really weird. So the vision state is none, partial, full. What is the idea here? What is partial? I actually don't know what partial is supposed to be. Let's just go with full for now. So here in light, ouch. Oh, poked my nose. Here for the rooms, this is where we're gonna do if vision state equals full. Then we'll do the room check. And the room check is this. And then I want to say if data module dot value dot shadow collider, then we need to do this stuff with static shadow source. Dynamic shadow source. And here we're getting a light area, but yeah, that's fair. This should be area bounds. For the shadow. And this, the previous tiles, this shouldn't be a thing anymore. Current tiles, this is bullshit. Tile to add. This is basically all bad now. Text structures. I think this should be just removed. Well, check behind. This is gonna need something. This one is now a little bit trickier. So, yeah. This is why buildings need to have bounds. To make this easier. Yeah. So check behind. This actually needs to be previous behind buildings, behind building number. It's a list of buildings. Yeah. That's correct. However, this should be a hash set of integers. And so should behind building number be as well. I like hash sets. I like this approach a lot. I'm very happy with this new approach to things. I wish I had programmed it like this from the get-go. But it is what it is. It's not that easy to do everything right away. Basically, instead of using references to everything, you just store everything as hash sets. Like, yeah, everything is stored in hash sets of integers, and then you simply store all the objects inside of a dictionary. And you use like either a dictionary or a master list or something. So if you need to like iterate through all of them in order or something. It depends. But most likely a dictionary is fine. Or if you need like a render list, then a list. But being able to access the objects from a master list that contains everything, and then you just, in every other object, you just contain the integers. And then whenever you create an object, you just always store that object in the right slot. I guess the difficulty is making sure that you never replace it with something else, and then the objects still have the same like pointer in them. But I think that difficulty always exists. We actually had more coffee in there. But now I have no milk. Okay. Behind building number clear. That's not quite what we should be doing. We should be doing for each item in Uh... We don't need the previous. We can just say behind building number. And then we say world controller dot buildings item dot objects behind minus equals 1. And then we clear. We can remove previous buildings entirely. And current tiles. I don't know what that means. The way this should work is... Because here we're going through the... This solution worked better when we were storing everything in the tiles. That's like part of why storing things in the tiles was kind of good. Because it made doing checks on tiles very easy. But it's still a bad solution. So I don't know what the hell this current tile bullshit is, but... what I think we'll do is we just forget what we were doing there and then just redo it. And then we'll say... Oh, we need this, right? But we don't need all of this commented code. We actually don't need the code really either. And I am kind of moving back to the system I had before, which was just using integers. However, I do think that this decrement should be a function, not just me setting the value. So that is something that we have to add. And the reason for that is because I don't think it shouldn't be able to go below 0. So we need a function that just tries to decrement it. And then just, you know, just sets it to 0 if it goes below. But also so that it can set the value in everything else if it needs to be set. Like if I walk into a room, that's gonna have to set things across that entire floor and also in the building and stuff. Potentially. But it does worry me a little bit to track like objects being inside of the building by adding and removing a value from a variable, but it should work. Like, unless there's like an actual like glitch in the allocation and it just either like does it twice or doesn't do it, or like non-code reasons or something, then it should work. There shouldn't be an issue. But that's like, why would you even worry about that really? Like, is someone running the game at, like, with a CPU at 105 Celsius or something? Like, why would that happen? That's not a normal scenario. We shouldn't start at current tiles. We should start at... like this, I think. What was tile matrix length set to here? Tile matrix length. Tile matrix dot get length 2. This isn't even accurate. Actually, this isn't really correct, I think. Because in order to iterate towards the screen, we have to iterate Z, but subtract Y. And basically, I don't know if it should be a for loop. It should probably be like a while loop. Which is scary, but it should be fine. And the reason it should be a while loop is because we're iterating towards the screen visually, that means that we're not iterating up straight in Z. We're iterating the Z, but we are also subtracting the Z from the Y, which pushes it down so that it comes towards us visually. And that means it can exit in the Y-axis. of the matrix before it exits in the z-axis. So therefore, we can't just have a for loop that exits. But I guess it's okay for it to be a for loop, as long as we check for that exit, which I don't think I'm actually doing. To that to make it more understandable. Yes. I'll be right back. Hey. All right, let's continue. Training? No, not yet. um, yeah, so if 0 is less than this, can we instead check if, just so that this reads better, we check if tile position is less than 0, then we break. That's better. Otherwise, we just do this. Right. Right. So what we need to do differently here, if we can focus for like 3 seconds, is we need to first create a hash set. No, we don't need to create a hash set because it's gonna pass it back anyway. Well, I mean, we can declare a hash set int buildings in area. And then in here, we'll say world controller dot partitioner dot fetch ID set. And then it says area bounds. Can we set that more globally here? Perhaps. So that would be check environment. Right, and here we're setting area bounds here. But I think it would be nice if we had the area bounds just stored. Like this. And then we set them here with dot set. We can do the same thing with previous area bounds. Well, no, that doesn't need to happen. This is just an assignment. It's the same thing. We just do that. The check environment happens here. And now we're doing check behind. Which is check behind. We're checking if we're behind a building. So that should probably be renamed a bit, but it doesn't really matter that much. So we need to fetch an ID set. Partition type building. And area bounds. All right. Buildings in area. That doesn't really work. We're gonna have to recalculate the area every time we move here, actually. Can we maybe just... Am I calculating the area bounds here somewhere? Here, right? This is taking a tile position. But in this scenario, I would like it to just take like a vector 3 tile position. There's no reason for that though. It can always be an LOT position. So instead of this, we just do position. And then the length is also going to be position. Which means we actually only need this. We're not gonna need that. We don't need this. Set partition to iterate. We don't need to iterate. All we need to do is say this. We just need the for each. This is actually wrong too. So if we actually undo that, what I need to do here is not set these things. We need to create the area bounds. So we need to say fetch ID set core, partition type, and this then needs to say new vector 6 int. Actually, it should say return. And this should say that and that again. And then this should say less than or equals to each. And then that'll just work. We delete this. And then we add another fetch ID set that actually takes the area bounds. And then we just do that. There. That should be fine. Just trying to go back to where we were. Here. Right, so then we can say vector 3 int temp position equals LOT equals tile position test dot position time tile position. Just to be clear that it's a tile position. It's so easy otherwise to not realize that. And then this should be like that. That's correct. So then we're iterating through the Z. We subtract the Z from the Y. And if that is less than 0, then we break. Then here we're fetching a temp building number. This is where things become wrong, I think. Here we'll say if buildings in area dot count equals 0, then continue. And I could write a bunch of code here to skip to the next area, but right now I don't feel like doing that, so fuck it. And then if there are buildings in the area, then we need to do if otherwise we say for each buildings in area. Ooh, this is a little tricky. Behind building number, right? Yeah, so here's what we need to say here. Here we need to say if with the tile position there, temp tile position dot set temp tile position dot x, or do we set temp tile position dot z equals z? Does that work? And then for buildings in area, we have to say if LOTF dot no AABBC pointing AABBCC temp tile position, and the AABBCC is world controller dot buildings item dot oh, I don't have bounds in the building. We need to add that. Public vector 6int bounds. And then that obviously needs to be set somehow. Public void update bounds for each rooms. We then need to say bounds dot set 0 0 0 0 0. No. Bool first iteration equals true. And then here we'll say if first iteration equals false. And here we'll say bounds are going to be set to world controller, no. Rooms, no. Item dot, no. World controller dot rooms item dot bounds dot minvec3, and then it's set to maxvec3. And then we say continue. And then down here we're gonna say vector 6int room bounds and then we're gonna say room bounds equal world controller dot rooms item dot bounds, and then we'll say something like if what's the least shitty way to set this? We can do something like bounds dot set if room bounds dot minvec3 dot x is less than bounds dot minvec3 dot x, then room bounds dot minvec3 dot x, else bounds dot minvec3 dot x. Right, and then we do this for y, for z, and then here we change it to max. Y Z. And then this way we set our bounds. And then the update bounds just need to be set. Add floor wouldn't. Remove room would. Then we say update bounds. This one isn't even set though, but add rooms. Update bounds. Not super optimized, but it doesn't matter. It's only called once. It could make loading slightly slower, but whatever. Okay, I don't, that it's not really finished, but let's see. If rooms contain room ID, remove room, right? If rooms contains room ID, rooms dot remove room ID. All right. So now we have building bounds. If then we add this building. It's just an item. We can make a, before we do the AABBCC check, which is really cheap, so maybe we don't need to bother. But we could do if behind building number dot contains item, then continue. And then we do this. We're just fetching the buildings that were behind here. We can't do this. This needs to be temp tile position. Like that. And then once we're through here, we'll say is if behind building number dot count equals 0, then we're just gonna return here. Otherwise, we're gonna say for each behind building number, we're gonna say world controller dot buildings dot item dot objects behind plus equals 1. And then that should be that. This should all be commented out. Or, you know, removed, but comment out for now. But this, the check behind, that's called here. If vision type is greater than 0, then that happens. Yeah. Check structure, no longer needed. But this is check environment. I think we'll move this into here. The vision state partial is something that it's kind of like a remnant from something. From when I was trying to implement vision in the past. In fact, how we're gonna handle vision is a little tricky. We'll see what happens with that. But the fact that the world is 3D actually makes it a little harder. But maybe not, we'll see. Because it's like, okay, if a unit has like it can see like 10. Which I think it shouldn't be able to only see 10. The vision is actually extremely heavy. Because, like, what does it mean? It means that in order to calculate our vision, each character needs to raycast to every extreme tile that it can reach. That's a lot. It's like either that or I create some kind of stencil system. Now that won't work either because you want actual line of sight. Right? So yeah, you have to ray march. So every single time that a character needs to have its vision updated, we need to ray march a massive area. And for me, that area should be the edge of the map. Like I don't really we haven't discussed this, me and Kyle, yet. So I'm not really sure where we're gonna go with it. I personally don't want to have like vision distance. I only want to have vision. So that, but that's also like, it's annoying either way, because it's like, if we want characters to be able to like be hidden, then they have to be hidden. Like, and that means that we need to have no line of sight with any character. But that might also kind of clutter the map the way it looks, based on like all the ray marching, and then we have to color like certain tiles in a certain way to show that they're not visible. Which is doable, but annoying. Or you just have like fog of war and you have like a certain amount of view distance like you do in like Warcraft or something. But I don't really like that much. To be perfectly frank, I don't like, I really like fog of war, but I only like fog of war in games that where I feel like it makes sense, and that's like RTS games, not a tactics game. But losing track of enemies going inside of buildings and stuff, that I can agree with. Do you have anything else where we're checking vision type? Not really, no. These aren't really used anymore. Previous tiles, this is not used anymore. And I did change the check behind here to only iterate from like the base tile or the central tile, which might be bad, because we might want to do it either from every tile or every base tile, or from like the corners and the center or something like that. I don't know. But I think that's a good start there. Get light matrix. Handle light source. So what are we doing with this here? Get matrix. Set light size. Handle light source. I did just change this, I think. Check environment, right? Because here now, what am I doing? We're just iterating through all of it. We're setting... This is rooms. If light source. We're removing IDs and then adding IDs, and that's it. That's it. It just does this. And if that's the case, then set light size. This shouldn't matter. Well, actually... Handle light source. See, what I'm not a huge fan of is like splitting all of this into their own functions. But maybe that's what we should do. If shadow collider. And I don't know. If light source, then it does that. So then we need something like public void update shadow collider. But it's gonna need to take... No, it doesn't need to take anything, but it should take something. Or should it? Yeah. And then here, we just need a public void update light. It should be update light partitioning. Is that what it should be called? Update shadow partitioning. And then this is public void update room partitioning. Update light partitioning. Suppose. Ooh. Push. I'll be right back. Something, something, something. This needs to change. We're not doing this. Which I think... This should be entirely removed. Check movement related changes. This takes combat mode, which might have different rules. That is true. Oh. Oof. It's almost time for total brain death. But yeah, check movement related changes should not happen at all. And check environment should not be called check environment. It should be called I don't know what it should be called, because we're like running we're like reallocating partitions. Oh, also position update. This is weird. Remove light source. Remove light source. I feel like I should just delete all of this. I just move this up here. Initialize light source. This one. This is all that should be needed. If light source false, then we return. Don't need to pass this in. everything down here. Just comment out. Handle light source. Now, handle light source, I think, is outdated. Set light size. Yeah. Set light size needs to be remove light source. And this should say int light size equals -1. Light size equals light size. Can you do this? Oh. We just need to do this. Remove light source. And then we set the light size. And then we just say initialize light source. And that's it. Here we'll say if new light size equals light size, then we're just gonna return, right? Get light matrix. Set object mode. I will say if light source if shadow collider initialize light source. Isn't this just update light partitioning? Yeah. What is it called? Main controller update static light area buffer. World index. No, the update, this only works if it's unchanged. Sure, yeah. Remove light source. I mean, what is the use case of this? Set object mode, destroy. Yeah. We need a public void remove shadow partitioning, maybe. And this needs to just be remove ID. And then main controller dot update static shadow area buffer wc.world index. This is wait, this is wrong. What is this? Room partitioning. No. This is just, it's just adding itself to the rooms. So this doesn't need to be done. This just needs like an object. We actually need public void update object partitioning. And it's just like this. Public void remove object partitioning. Let's just remove. But is there update object? Update object buffer. I feel like that should be a thing. Maybe it doesn't need to be. No, it doesn't really need a buffer for that. Because the object partition is, it's there for collision and stuff, which doesn't have anything to do with the GPU at all. That's a raccoon. We're losing brain power. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get some water. But yeah. It just needs like a shitload of different, like, update this, remove that for the partitioning. That then needs to be handled and managed in like the destroy and stuff. Jesus. All right, that water. Whoa. Yep. We should swap chair or something. Hail Grug! Thank you for your support. I'm just taking a little breather. It's been 2 hours, my brain usually dies around this time. But I got nothing to do during the breather. I used to try to like start a game or something, but there's no game to just like play real quick. And also, actually playing a game is like detrimental. Makes you even more brain dead. Oh. Oh, the armrests are so much better on this chair. Oh. And I hate both of my chairs. They're terrible. The armrests like leaning back with you is so awful. Like you don't want that. That's terrible. Ah. Can we get back to it? This isn't actually room partitioning. This is update room allocation maybe. And check behind the, let's call this update building allocation. Or when we are behind a building. Ooh. I do feel a lot better now than last week, and also from before that, I think. But I do think I have a little bit of pain from transitioning. It's a little bit annoying. Don't think we're fully there yet. Morning, Metallic Chair. How you doing? Need to prep a baked potato so it will be ready at 0900. It's a very early baked potato. What are you doing with that baked potato? I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. A little worn. I plan to eat it. Wow, that this early. But yeah, like 2 weeks ago, I started like trying to fix my diet properly. So last week and like a bit before that, I had like a keto flu. So I've had like a constant headache for 2 weeks or something, which is over now. But I do feel a bit tired still. I'm not sure. We do need to program more. But carbs are good. Carbs are the devil. But I might give up on programming today. I'm not sure. And instead we switch to drawing. Maybe. You just need to balance your protein carb fat ratios and stay under a calorie range and hit the gym. I have a completely different outlook on that. Completely different. But I also think I have some kind of illness. I was thinking it was like something autoimmune, but I'm not so sure it is exactly. Now I'm trying to look at it like it's something called SIBO or SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, which means you basically want to stay away from any food that feeds the gut bacteria, which is like every single carb in the world. But otherwise, I'm usually on a carnivore diet. Ish. Carnivore-ish. And on a carnivore diet, calories don't exist. Calories do exist. The laws of thermodynamics cannot be ignored. No, calories don't exist. Your body doesn't burn calories. Your body uses the chemicals inside of the food to operate. Calories are only a... If you're eating like a standard diet, meaning you're eating like an expected blend of protein, fat, and carbohydrates, then calories work as like an average measurement of intake. But it doesn't really actually mean anything. It's just kind of correlate, like it kind of works, but it's not actually like related. It's like what makes you gain weight is actually insulin. And that's why it works. That's why you can use calories, because gaining and losing weight isn't about like a deficit or anything really. It's about like how big of an insulin spike do you have, and how often, how long. And when you're eating a standard diet-ish, the calorie deficit and like how many meals a day you eat, that kind of translates to that, right? So when you're on a carnivore diet and you don't eat carbs at all, like if this is like an insulin spike on a mixed diet, like a carnivore insulin spike is like down here, right? Which means that you can eat like infinite fat, you can eat as much as you want, you're not gonna gain weight, really. And you'll just shed like all excess fat. And then on top of that, it's like if you're exercising a lot, then yeah, maybe you want to eat some carbs. But a carnivore diet is pretty extreme. I mean, in reality, I think it's not, but compared to like what we usually eat, it's pretty extreme to go to that. And it can be kind of hard to maintain. Let's fix this up. If Shadow Collider remove shadow partitioning, this one should be remove light partitioning. And this should be not update shadow partitioning. I mean, it could be. Doesn't really matter. It's fine. Initialize light source. Do I really want that? Is it that big of a deal? Does it matter? I don't think it matters. Because if I just have an update light source, all it's gonna do is it's gonna try to remove first, and then it can't do that because it doesn't exist anymore. I'm already half on one. I eat 180 to 190 grams of protein. Half of what I eat is protein, the other half carb and fat. Yeah. I mean, it's as long as it works, that's fine. Also depends a little bit on what the carbs are and stuff. At minimum, I would say 70% of your diet should be meat. And the rest should be, like, not garbage. And the not eating garbage part is the hard part. Egg whites and shrimp are my main protein sources. That sounds expensive. Carbs from potato and rice, fats from cream, cheese, sour cream, and butter. Yeah, I put butter in my coffee every morning. So I'm trying to avoid the coffee a bit right now. Yeah, let's just give up. I'm not even gonna stop the stream. I'm gonna just go and get my drawing tablet. And we'll switch to that instead. I can't program right now. I've already done what my brain can do today. Hey. I pretty much just eat ground beef every day. That's it. It used to be ground beef, or I make like a kilo of ground beef with 400 grams of crushed tomatoes, an onion, some garlic, and some spices. But now it's basically just 400 grams. I'm skipping the onion and the garlic. And that's pretty much it. And I eat that with some cheese, maybe some sour cream. Now let's see here. Eating sucks. I wish I could not. I wish I could eat infinity ice cream. That's what I wish. Alright, hold on. I have to plug this thing in. It might fuck up my monitors. Did fuck up my monitors. Not entirely unexpected. Oh, it's not plugged in. There. Whoop. Gonna make sure everything is where it should be. And not where it shouldn't be. We good? So what do we call it now? It's not a programming stream, it's a doodling stream. Right. So the question is, what do we want to do now? Maybe we work on the boots. I did get both Carlos and Sal to help me out a bit. We'll see if any of it is useful. Because I was a little bit stuck. Like, both mentally and, like, just time. I didn't have any time to do this. But we finished recording episode 2 yesterday, so now I actually have some time to do something else at all. Which might be good. Now, there are several things I'm kind of, like, not really sure how I feel about. I think perhaps the chest could be bigger. For one. Like, not that much bigger either. I'm not sure. The cloak needs to be a little bit. Move to the side. And probably made a little bit bigger. I think just doing the boots would be a good start. And I think they should probably have, like, armored boots. But it's partially this. I really dislike this. And I don't really like this bit here in the middle. Oh, also, let's switch over to the art. Art section. Also, I don't know how I feel about the bird anymore. And the roots. Maybe the roots are kind of too much. Hmm. We make another one here. Call it Boots. Boot was with a W. Is this good the correct size, by the way? That's 663. And this is like 937. $700-ish is how tall someone who is 6 feet be. Kind of like this. Actually, let's draw. Let's see. 702. That would be about here. Roughly that size. Okay. Booties. Let us make them be black. Let's see where we don't have connections. There. Here. Here. Welcome back. Time to log into the Ballbuster factory. Sounds good. I do like what Sella did here. Simple, but works. Do that, and then you take this. You lower it a bit. Maybe not. I made it much further down like this. And a bit like Krakow-esque here. But I guess the problem is like... You know, I don't mind what he did here. Actually. Maybe we push it further out a bit. Yeah, his is much, much further forward. Like a lot. That. I just wonder if this is a little bit much like cowboy, like. I feel like this is kind of based on like, boots with spurs, right? But I think it's okay. What I'm not so convinced about is whether the whole thing should be metal or if we should... If it should just be like... Like a shin guard. I don't know. Where's music? Music disappeared. Actually, let's switch to something else. Maybe we widen this instead. What would this look like from the front? I think the boots would... I don't know. It's a little tricky. It's a good start. Oh yeah. Need a le preview. There. Ooh. I'm just looking at the other sketches here a bit. Now, what I'm not sure about is, should he have hands? Excuse me? Okay. Oh, I did move it. What? It's so weird. Oh shit, there's a preview bug. What the fuck? Look in the preview here. How does that even happen, dude? On the preview here, you can see the legs. What if I zoom? Okay, that updated it. But yeah, the legs showed that I had like moved the legs. What? When I update, or when I undo, the legs move. That's why I was confused, because I felt like I moved the legs. But I guess I didn't. It's so weird. It only happens when I redo. In fact, it happens when I redo without even anything happening. That's so weird. How's that even a bug? Oh well. So I was thinking we make another layer here. It needs to be above that layer, which it is. Legs. And then we have some legs over there. But then the question is... Maybe that does make sense. The question here is, like, they could have, like, a... I don't want pure black. They could have, like, some kind of suit-ish here, right? But what I don't really like about this that much is that it feels a little naked, right? That's why I was thinking, like, maybe they should just have actual pants on. Either way, I think this here needs to have, like, a knee area. Excuse me? Connected to YouTube chat. Okay, thank you. It's gonna need some cleanup later. Resizing and shit in pixel art doesn't really work that well. Oh, red. I don't know how it's going. I don't know. Better than the programming. Hopefully we get somewhere. Should it be something like that, or should it just be a full... Yeah, we finally have time for some more art streams. Been a lot of stuff going on. Don't think I like that much. I like the wet boots, everything is looking drippy. Yeah, I just want to break it up somehow. I think they're too white. But I'm not really sure exactly. Because just like you can see the shoulders and the chest plate, it's got like little black pieces that are there to break it up. I want to do something similar with the boots, but I'm not sure where or what. Alright, Red, good luck. Sure, it'll be fine over here. Eventually. Did they change this shit? Like they changed it. Oh well. I just want something. I'm not sure what. I feel like his foot is pretty small here, I'll be honest. Pretty small for an 8-foot man. It's just a matter of like, if it's armored, I feel like it's gonna need some degree of like working like an actual medieval armor in terms of like joints for the shoe. It's either that or, because that's what I was thinking before, where I was like messing around with the colors here. Like maybe the shoe isn't actually, the shoe part isn't actually armored or something. That looks silly. And then maybe black isn't the play. Maybe an actual brown. No, I don't know. Definitely not this brown. Maybe a more bluish one. But now they feel like long socks. Instead, kind of. Time to open up my references. Ooh, my shoulders hurt. Everything hurts. I'm in pain. I am in pain. Jesus. I feel very old today. Because for the feet, right? Like, it's one thing to just be like, yeah, it's just boots. Just make them whole, flat cut or whatever. But it doesn't really make sense. Because if it's just metal, then he can't move his feet. Right? Like, that's the issue. So it needs to have, like, joints and stuff. And the question is, what exactly do we want here? Maybe something like that. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired today. Oh my god. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Ooh. Hello, Leo. How's it going? Thank you. Oh. Mm-mm. I think we'll make a new frame here and try something new. I don't like this. I don't think I like the leather. It doesn't fit it. There's too much armor. Even though there isn't that much armor, I feel like there's still too much armor to do that. Was this app? It's Sprite. The pixel art program. If we go back to this, then we instead try something. More along the lines of this. Right? And then we put a big fat black segment here. Let me try something like that. I'm not happy with them being just flat. I want something. So let's try doing something. You know, like some shape like this or whatever. It's some bullshit. But I don't like this. This is just something to test with. Let me look at some more stuff. Yeah, I see what Tala was going for. It's not bad. Is it an OC? I am doing concept art. I suppose so, yeah. Man, I have very little shoes here. Yeah, we're working on quite a bit of stuff. I'm programming a video game called Legends of Terrestria, which is based on a setting that we're also developing simultaneously, which we're making some we're making videos for. We're making like writing a story. It's basically a novel that we're making an audiobook out of, that we're working on now. I'm trying to make some art for the audiobooks to put on YouTube, and so I'm designing some stuff that needs to be in it. Man, I have very little references for boots here, like almost nothing. What about these sci-fi boots? No, they're just robot feet. That's weird. Having like gold at the tip here, like doing something like this. This, I think, is feminine. I think it could work, but I do feel like that makes it more feminine. To some degree. Because then it feels kind of like this, I don't know what female shoes are called. They're not like a little slipper. I don't want it to just be like greaves or like medieval knight greaves either. So I'm just trying to figure out some middle ground, I suppose. Trying to make it actually have some shape. Well, the question is like how much shape do you put on the lower leg before it again becomes feminine? I do think it's important to have some shape on it though. And the front should be like it should go, you know, like this. Right? It should bend inwards a bit. But how much? Now it's just too thin, simply. That's fixable, right? Just make it wider. Should it cover the knee or not? Covering the knee is very high. I don't think I want it to cover the knee. But I'm not sure. I wish Kyle was here. It's not awake. What if we actually just make them brown? Like, how bad would that be? Yeah, I don't think that would work. Black. No, it doesn't. There's too much white. It needs to have white down there to balance it. Because otherwise, I feel like when you're making like something like like an actual medieval outfit, you can often just put leather boots on them as a way to like contrast the rest of the outfit in a good way. But here, it just feels like it just feels weird. They definitely need to be white. But I do want it to be something like something like this. So I feel like the question here is just, should this go down? Or should... Okay, bro, what the fuck is that? What just happened? It's like actually bugged. Isn't it? I'm so confused. Yeah, look. Or... There's an issue with the undo system. Am I hitting the limits or something? That doesn't make any sense. Because sometimes I accidentally click and I move. And I can see that it moves. But then when I undo, nothing happens. But it only happens like sometimes. And like here it works. I don't know. It's super weird. I'm kind of hesitant to put this stuff here. Because this was there for a practical reason. And if that's the case, then it's probably not going to be a thing on the boots. I don't know if we've really solidified this. I still unsure about the boots though. But it could be white leather. It doesn't need to be plate. The boots themselves could be white leather with like some platings on it. But now I feel like this is gonna make it very, very medieval. Almost time to stop for now. I'm gonna take a little break and then we'll continue later. That's the plan, at least. I should, like, this should be a lunch break, but I don't eat lunch this early. Like, it's, or dinner, rather. It's not even, it's like 3 p.m. I could just go for a walk and then come back. It's raining in like 3 seconds. This doesn't make any sense. This looks terrible. Doesn't quite feel right, but okay, it takes forever. Maybe that's part of it. Let's remove some frames here. I think we don't need anything from back here. But yeah, it's been 4 hours. Either way, I do need a break now, so, but it's still really early, so I'll be back in like an hour, I think. And we'll try to continue drawing. Unless I change my mind. But I think that's what we'll be doing. So, until later. Thanks, Frank. Have a good day. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.